Medicaid spending has grown by more than 50% since 2019. 50% since 2019. That's utterly unsustainable, Mr. President. And it threatens the stability of the program for the most vulnerable populations. And so Republicans implemented several common sense measures to slow the rate of Medicaid growth and to refocus the program on Americans most in need. Note what I said. Slow the rate of Medicaid growth, Mr. President. We are not cutting Medicaid. We are simply slowing the rate of growth. And as Senate Finance Committee Chairman Crapo noted, only in Washington is a smaller increase in spending considered a cut. So what did we do in our bill, Mr. President? We implemented measures to reverse non-citizens, or I should say we implemented measures to remove non-citizens from the Medicaid rolls. We implemented an extremely mild work requirement, just 20 hours per week for able-bodied, working-age adults without young children. We overturned Biden-era regulations that made it difficult to remove individuals who don't qualify for Medicaid. And we took aim at rampant abuse of the provider tax loophole. Now, use of this loophole, which sees states inflate Medicaid service prices in order to garner a larger reimbursement from the federal government, has been a problem for quite a while now. In fact, President Obama proposed multiple budgets featuring measures to rein in abuse of the provider tax. But states continue to take advantage of the gimmick, and thanks to waivers that the Biden administration issued to California and other blue states last year, allowing them to further exploit a similar loophole, taxpayers were on the hook for tens of billions of dollars in new spending. And so we took action to rein things in. We're not eliminating states' ability to use the provider tax loophole, but we are instituting limits, the identical limits, in fact, that President Obama proposed imposing. And we're making states take responsibility for their Medicaid decisions. States like California, which chooses to spend state funds to have its Medicaid program cover illegal immigrants. They should not be able to, in effect, have the federal government bail them out for their reckless spending decisions. Resources are not unlimited, Mr. President, and states need to shoulder their share of the federal-state Medicaid partnership rather than pushing off their costs onto federal taxpayers. Now, Mr. President, the net effect of all these measures, like removing ineligible individuals and individuals who refuse to work from the Medicaid rolls, and restraining state abuse of the provider tax loophole, will be able to put Medicaid on a more sustainable fiscal footing going forward and put a renewed emphasis on the vulnerable individuals this program was actually created to serve. Vulnerable individuals will also be helped by the major investment our bill makes in expanding home and community-based services for individuals with developmental disabilities. This will reduce multi-year waiting lists for services and allow individuals with disabilities to access the care that they need at home or in their communities. Mr. President, the One Big Beautiful Bill was developed to make hard-working Americans safer, stronger, and more secure. And the Medicaid provisions of the bill fit right in with that mandate. By refocusing available Medicaid dollars on those this program was originally intended to serve, we will make vulnerable Americans more secure and ensure that this program will continue to be available to Americans in need long into the future. That sounds like a good day's work, Mr. President. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsop-Brooks.
I ask unanimous consent, Mr. President, that the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection. The Democratic leader.
Mr. President, last night, while Americans were asleep, Senate Republicans gutted critical funding for local TV and radio, for foreign aid that keeps America safe, all to keep paying for their billionaire tax cuts. On the very same day that communities in Alaska turned to public radio and TV for tsunami warning updates, Republicans in Washington voted to take that funding away. It is senseless, it is cruel, and just defies common sense. The Republicans have become the party of cut now, ask questions later. Cut health care for 17 million Americans, cut food assistance for hungry kids, cut good-paying energy jobs, let Beijing get ahead of us. Never mind the kids will go hungry, or that families will lose insurance, or that people will get sick and die. Make no mistake, make no mistake. Just like with the big ugly bill, the more Americans learn about what Republicans just did in this rescission package, the more they won't like it, and the more Republicans will squirm. We saw a lot of squirming last night. When parents see Republicans just axed educational programming, when people see Republicans just axe Sesame Street to pay for tax cuts to billionaires, when rural Americans see Republicans not just betrayed them and defunded public radio, sometimes the only source in rural areas so vital to natural disasters, and it's the only news source there, the consequences will be severe. Americans will remember. Democrats will ensure that they don't forget. We will make sure Americans don't forget what Republicans are doing, just like we are doing with the big ugly bill, just like these taxes for billionaires, just like these massive Medicaid cuts. Last night's vote axing PBS, axing local TV will haunt Republicans as the damage sets in. Today, tomorrow, next month, next year, Americans will be talking about these cuts at their diners, at the grocery store, at dinner, at the park, because the cuts will be felt everywhere. Because here's what Americans don't want. They don't want Republicans to rubber stamp DOJ's awful and damaging cuts. No questions asked. Republicans never seem to challenge Donald Trump or DOJ or vote. When you cut investments that actually make people's lives better, when you cut those investments like health care, local TV, education, people get angry. So make no mistake. When Donald Trump and Republicans rammed the big ugly bill through, Americans quickly saw how Donald Trump and Republicans betrayed them, and their popularity is already declining. When families saw the consequences, when Americans saw the Medicaid cuts, when kids are getting food ripped from their mouths so billionaires can pay less in taxes, it is disastrous for Donald Trump and many Republicans. And we saw that on many faces across the aisle last night who didn't want to do what Trump wanted them to do, but were forced into it because of threats or frailty or fear. Well, the same thing has happened as I speak. Democrats are fighting in the Appropriations Committee to unwind the awful DOJ cuts against veterans. And that's what's happening to our veterans. And that's just what's happening to our veterans through these DOJ cuts. What's happening to them is terrible. Our veterans, these are the people who volunteered, who risked their lives. Many of them came back with injuries and PTSD. And when they get to the veterans hospitals, because there have been such cuts, their care is inadequate. They risk their lives for us, and Republicans and Trump and DOJ cut veterans' health and veterans' care. It's outrageous. Outrageous. And they're doing it. We've got a lot of verbiage. Oh, we love our veterans. And then they cut what our veterans need and want. The meeting today in the Appropriations Committee shows that there's a way Republicans can undo these awful DOGE cuts. Reversing DOGE cuts through the Milcon appropriations bill today is a direct rebuke to Donald Trump. It's saying to Trump, we don't like what you did, but we'll see if Republicans come along, if they will defy Trump and vote to undo the DOGE cuts. It's simple. Republicans have a choice to make as we move forward. They can put their constituents over Trump and work with Democrats to continue funding the government in a responsible way, or they can continue to go it alone and continue to bow in obeisance to Donald Trump and rubber stamp his awful cuts that do such harm to our Americans in uniform. And if they go it alone, without undoing the terrible things that DOGE did, here and elsewhere, Democrats will make them pay a price, just as we have made them pay a price on reconciliation. Republicans can continue to bow in obeisance to Trump and rubber stamp whatever cuts he tells them to make. But you can't just push these awful cuts farther and farther down people's throats and not expect them, the people, to respond. Republicans, for their own good and for the good of the country, need to be careful about making so many devastating cuts so quickly and just on a party line vote in reconciliation and rescission and whatever else they might come up with to avoid the process. And if Republicans keep going down this road, if they choose to ignore the bipartisan process, if they keep reneging on funding agreements reached in committee, if they prefer to strike deals with Donald Trump and Russell Vought, to use impoundment, rescissions, and pocket rescissions to cut whatever they want on a party line vote, the harms to the American people will be devastating. It'll be devastating in health care. It'll be devastating to our farmers. It'll be devastating to our veterans. It'll be devastating to the millions of people who were promised jobs in health care and clean energy. It'll be Americans back home who will see even more cuts as they proceed on this road, if they do. More cuts to housing, more cuts to education, to research, to economic development. It'll be our farmers who see their costs go up. It'll be our small businesses who get taken advantage by special interests and by erratic tariff policies. The consequences for this chamber and our country will be stark, very stark indeed. On judges. Today, Republicans will spend the day ramming through more of Donald Trump's extreme judicial nominees. When choosing his judges, only one thing matters to Donald Trump: unquestioned fealty to him. Brazen, unquestioned fealty. Doesn't matter what the law is. Doesn't matter about judicial independence or precedent or even the Constitution. The only thing that Trump cares about in a judge, we've seen this, we know it, our Republican colleagues who just march in lockstep to vote for these awful judges know it. The only thing Trump cares about is unyielding fealty to him, and he says it brazenly. We have never seen such a disturbing litmus test for judges in America. The judges before the Senate today are no different than the previous ones: radical, inexperienced, and chosen not for their fairness, but for their ideological fealty to Donald Trump and the hard right. The first nominee, Joshua Devine of Missouri, is a political operative with no judicial experience, who made a career attacking everything from voting rights to common sense gun safety to defending government overreach into people's private lives. It's said that Donald Trump wants to make sure that no one in this who gets nominated has ever shown any independence. He looks through their campaign finance, he looks through who they've worked for. No independence. Mr. Devine hasn't even been out of law school 10 years and spent less than half that time practicing as an attorney. The next nominee, Christian Stevens, is also of Missouri, similarly made a name for himself by undermining racial justice efforts in our judicial system and siding almost relentlessly with corporations in cases of worker discrimination. That's who Donald Trump puts in. If the average American has the ability to go to court and fight their boss or anything else, Donald Trump wants nominees who will always side with the big shots, with the well-connected. Nominees like Devine and Stevens should frighten anyone who cares about a strong, independent judiciary. They have failed to show the American people that they won't just be Donald Trump's foot soldiers in black robes. The Senate should reject their nominations. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this morning, in the early hours of this morning, Republicans voted to save the American taxpayers over $9 billion. Now, predictably, the Democrat leader came to the floor today in the United States Senate making false claims. Let's be clear. Emergency alert infrastructure remains funded through the Department of Homeland Security and FEMA. None of that was touched. But let me go through a list of some of the things that Republicans voted to not spend money on. Things that are already previously been approved by the Democrats, and every one of the Democrats said, nope, we want to spend all of that money on these things. How about electric buses in Africa to the tune of $500,000? How about teaching about environmental racism, $7.4 million? Vegan food programs in Africa. How about $882,000 to fund social media mentorship in Serbia and Belarus? How about $2.1 million for climate resilience in Southeast Asia, in Latin America, and in East Africa? How about $3.3 million for civic engagement in Zimbabwe? The Democrats wanted all of these things to continue to be spent. The American taxpayers reject all of it. How about $4.4 million for South Pacific Youth Climate Corps? Who comes up with this way to spend money? Only Democrats, who want to spend and spend and spend. Oh, and of course, $6.2 million to address the needs of Venezuelan migrants in Colombia. Mr. President, I'm proud of the votes of the Republicans to say this is taxpayer dollars that should not be spent. Every Democrat, every single Democrat said, keep sending the money to projects like that, keep spending that money. Last night, for the first time since 1993, we're now 2025. First time in all of that time, the Senate came and stripped out the spending by passing a bill on the United States Senate floor last night to finally say enough is enough of this kind of reckless Washington spending that the American people have rejected and that this Congress is now going to end. But, Mr. President, I come to the floor today on a different matter, and that's because earlier this month, President Trump signed into law a historic economic plan. A historic economic plan for the future of our country. An economic plan that unleashes American energy and with it American prosperity. Makes it easier to produce American energy, American oil, American natural gas, American coal, right here at home. It opens up energy production onshore, offshore, and in Alaska, all vital areas in this country and for our economy. And what does this all mean? It means lower energy prices and more savings for the American people. Wyoming is America's energy breadbasket. It's where American energy's future begins and continues. We have a long and storied history, as is your state, Mr. President, and we're going to continue that and grow it into the future. And just last Friday, Wyoming opened the first rare earth mine in America in 70 years. It's called the Brook Mine, and it's located just outside the city of Sheridan, Wyoming. Now, most Americans probably haven't heard of the Brook Mine, but we need to know about it because it's going to have a very important role, and people will feel the influence and the importance of that mine. It's going to mean a lot in terms of prices, in terms of jobs, and also for national security. Well, Wyoming minerals mined by Wyoming workers are going to build a safer, more prosperous America, because the mine holds over 1 billion tons of coal. Also, it critically includes not over 2 million tons of critical minerals. These are the minerals that we use in smartphones and cars, washers and dryers, and even fighter jets, Mr. President. Secretary of Energy Chris Wright came to Sheridan, Wyoming for the groundbreaking ceremony last Friday. He called it a landmark moment. One for workers, one for manufacturers, and one for our energy independence. He's exactly right. Today, America is dangerously dependent on China for critical minerals. China controls 85% of the world's refined rare earth mineral elements today. 85%. Some of it they mine there, but they also get it from mined around the world and get sent there for processing. But they control 85% of the refined rare earth elements supply. Today, what's China doing? We know what they're doing. They're weaponizing this power to pressure our country and to threaten our U.S. supply chains. Look, we can't be safe as a nation if we are dependent on our adversaries. We cannot prosper if we cannot properly power our nation. That's why this critical minerals mine in Wyoming matters. It reflects our commitments to our own independence, our own freedom, getting rid of the dependence. This last administration, in the last 4 years, they put our head in the noose in terms of energy, energy availability, energy cost, and also critical elements from around the world. America's future depends on abundant energy resources, and Wyoming energy resources and Wyoming energy workers will power that future. Look, America is an energy superpower. We have the resources, we have the workers, we have the know-how. Now, finally, we are acting like it. Republicans are focused on restoring American energy dominance. No more of this Joe Biden prioritized the climate over energy that is available, affordable, and reliable. The American people rejected it. We saw what it did to raising energy prices, what it cost to heat our homes, cool the homes, fill the gas tank in the last administration. People suffered the pain of the policies of that Democrat administration. We are getting America back on track, stronger, safer, more prosperous, and we're not going to stop until the American people see and feel the results they deserve. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the divine nomination.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Senator from Missouri.
Mr. President, I ask that the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, in a moment, we will begin the process of confirming 4 outstanding new judges to the bench in the state of Missouri. This has been a long road for my state. We've waited a long time to have these 4 vacancies filled, and I'm absolutely delighted that in just a few moments, we will begin to fill them. And I want to thank President Trump for nominating 4 truly outstanding individuals to these roles. Josh Devine, who is the current Solicitor General of the state of Missouri, and who I had the privilege of having served on my staff as my chief counsel, among other roles, for a number of years. Judge Chris Stevens, who is currently serving the Missouri State Courts with distinction. Maria Lanahan, who is serving the Missouri Attorney General's office even now, and Zachary Bluestone, who is a federal prosecutor in the state of Missouri. Each of these 4 individuals will soon take his or her place on the federal bench, and I am confident will be a great credit not just to my state, but to the United States, where I hope they will serve as federal judges for a very long time to come. I want to say just a brief word about each of them. I want to start with Josh Devine, who we'll be voting on here just shortly. Josh currently serves as Missouri Solicitor General, and before that, as I said, he served here in the Senate as my chief counsel. In fact, I've had the opportunity to work with Josh on a number of occasions. I first hired him to the Missouri Attorney General's office when I was Attorney General, and he was just a young deputy. He served there, then came to the Senate and served on my staff, then clerked at the United States Supreme Court, then went back here to the Senate as my chief counsel, and then back to the state of Missouri. Josh's record as Solicitor General in Missouri is truly exceptional. He has argued, litigated numerous cases in our state courts and federal courts, from the trial court level all the way to the United States Supreme Court. And here's the thing that really strikes me about Josh's record. If you total up his courtroom victories for Missouri, the dollar amounts that he has won on behalf of the state of Missouri, you won't believe the total. It's $725 billion. billion in successful judgments on behalf of the people of Missouri. That includes a successful lawsuit against the Chinese Communist Party for their role in the COVID-19 pandemic and subsequent cover-up and the many harms that it caused to the people of Missouri. This is a very successful litigator. This is a very successful trial lawyer, a very successful appellate lawyer, and he is going to make an absolutely outstanding judge on the federal bench for the state of Missouri. I want to share just one personal story about Josh that I think illustrates his character more even than his win record does. You know, just a few years ago, in the midst of an intense period of work for the state of Missouri, Josh and his family were taking a brief vacation, and he was catastrophically injured in a skiing accident that left him unable to walk. In fact, for a number of days, doctors feared for his life. I remember getting the call, people saying that, you know, Josh Devine has been seriously injured. We don't know if he's going to live. He lived, thank God, and then they told him, you may or may not walk again. Do you know, over a period of months that followed, Josh set himself to regaining with 100% confidence his ability to walk. And I remember talking to him while he was yet in intensive care and then in the hospital for a long period of time, and seeing the pictures of him propped up there in his bed, already back to work for the state of Missouri. I mean, his briefs around him, his laptop in front of him, writing briefs, on calls, trying to direct motions, argue them if possible over the phone. It was incredible. And what he did then for a period of months after that was he taught himself to walk again. You'll see him, I'm sure, walking in and out of the courthouse soon in his new role on the bench. He has regained with 100% capacity his ability to walk. And it really is a testament to his determination, to his grit, to his faith, and also to his family. Who really deserves the praise here is his exceptional wife, Elizabeth, mother of 6 children with Josh. I think a 7th is on the way. They are an incredible family. They are an incredible couple. They have already served the state of Missouri with distinction, and I know Josh is going to continue to serve the state with distinction for years to come. Judge Chris Stevens is such an exceptional jurist, and I know that my good friend and colleague, Senator Schmidt, will have more to say about him in just a moment. They work very closely together, and Judge Stevens, as I said, is already serving the state with distinction on the state bench. We look forward to having him on the federal bench for many years to come. And Maria Lanahan and Zach Bluestone both have rendered distinguished service to the state of Missouri. In Maria's case, in the Missouri Attorney General's offices, arguing cases for the state, winning judgments for the state. And Zach Bluestone, a federal prosecutor who has been prosecuting violent crimes, going after child sex abusers, and taking the worst of the worst off of our streets in the state of Missouri. He's an exceptional federal prosecutor. He's going to be an exceptional federal judge. As we come to the end of what's been a long road, to be honest, for these judicial nominations in the state of Missouri, I just couldn't be more grateful. And I want to end how I began, by thanking President Trump for his exceptional leadership, thanking him for choosing these 4 outstanding individuals who I know are going to make the state of Missouri proud. They're going to make the United States proud. And in just a few minutes here, I look forward to casting the first vote to begin this process to seeing them on the federal bench. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The other senator from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to speak up to 5 minutes before the scheduled roll call.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to echo the comments from Senator Hawley. This is a very proud day for the state of Missouri, and significant that the first district court judges that are coming before this body under President Trump's second term in office will be filling the bench, the 4 vacancies in the Eastern District of Missouri: Josh Devine, Chris Stevens, Maria Lanahan, Zach Bluestone. I want to talk about Mr. Devine and Mr. Stevens briefly here, both of which worked in the office when I was Attorney General. Josh, very briefly, he came on originally with Senator Hawley. But Chris Stevens, I'll talk about him first. You know, when you are in a role like Attorney General, you need a lot of good people around you, and you have a core team. And for me, that process, you kind of rely on a lot of social capital over the years, and you ask around. You have some relationships, but you have people who then refer you to people, and you go through an interview process. And Chris Stevens was a name that just kept coming up. And I didn't know Chris before that. I knew his reputation just a little bit. But when he and I got together and visited about the vision for what we wanted to do with the office, we just instantly clicked. He's an incredible family man, a devout Catholic. His wife, Lee, they have great kids. He's a wonderful father. And before he came to my office, he was probably one of the more decorated and storied criminal prosecutors in the U.S. Attorney's Office in generations. I mean, if there was a tough criminal case, Chris Stevens was the guy. And so I brought him in originally as our criminal chief. He later, when Tom Albus, who was my first assistant, went on to become a judge, Chris Stevens then took that first assistant role. And what I was always impressed by Chris was not only just his work ethic, but his willingness to work with younger lawyers, to be a mentor. His legal acumen is beyond reproach. He's a brilliant guy. He's going to do an incredible job on that court. And I'm just so proud for him and his family today as this vote happens, and he will ascend to that really important role, a lifetime appointment, and will do the business of the people on that bench. And we need more people like Chris Stevens, so it's really a special day. Josh Devine, Senator Hawley mentioned, he's a very, very smart guy. He's done a great job in the Solicitor General's office with the current Attorney General, Andrew Bailey. He will do a phenomenal job on the bench. We're really lucky to have such a deep legal bench in the state of Missouri. As these nominees came forward, we just, an embarrassment of riches in Missouri. I think that's true, and the first two of them will be voted on here today. And as I mentioned, Maria Lanahan and Zach Bluestone will come after that. So I just want to wish congratulations to them as this vote takes place, and I can't recommend both of them more strongly. And again, it's a real honor for the state of Missouri to have these two incredible jurists before this body for their confirmation vote. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Joshua M. Devine of Missouri to be United States District Judge for the Eastern and Western Districts of Missouri, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Joshua M. Devine of Missouri to be the United States District Judge for the Eastern and Western Districts of Missouri shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alster-Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks.
Aye.
Thank you. Mr. Barrasso. God, I can't see. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal. Thank you. Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher. Thank you. Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Budd, Capito, Cornyn, Cotton, Hawley, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, and Sheehy. Senators voting in the negative: Duckworth, Fetterman, Kim, and Schiff. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Ms. Rosen? No. Mr. Blumenthal? No. Mr. Justice? Aye. Mr. Kelly? No. You want to? Mr. Sanders? No. Mr. Lujan? No. Mr. Curtis? Aye. Mr. Crapo? Aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Ms. Hirono? No. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Whitehouse? No. Mr. Padilla? No. Mr. Husted? Aye. Mr. Markey? No. Ms. Blunt Rochester? No. Mr. Hickenlooper? No. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Baldwin? No. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Ms. Lummis. Aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Booker? No. Mr. Kramer, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Marino, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Murphy, no.
Vote. The yeas are 52, the nays are 46. The motion is agreed to. The senator from Arizona.
Mr. President, I'm introducing this resolution to require the Department of Justice. Should be on.
Order.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm introducing this resolution to require the Department of Justice to release its files related to Jeffrey Epstein. For years, Donald Trump and the MAGA movement have railed on about the Epstein files. They've told the American people that they're going to release the files and expose the elites. Pam Bondi has said that she has the files on her desk and they're ready to go public. The names of these shady elites who had abused children were just sitting there, and she was ready for it to be released. But now, a complete reversal. Trump is straight up gaslighting the American public. Does he think the American people are that dumb? Did he really think the American people would not forget what he had said for years on the campaign trail? Just yesterday, we learned that the Trump administration abruptly fired one of the lead prosecutors in the Epstein case. No explanation, no warning, just gone. So what happened? It's really easy to run a campaign and rile up people. But when it's Trump's turn to actually expose the elites, Trump has chickened out. And it's because he is one of those elites, and he is taking care of his own. It's all connected. Just look at his legislative agenda. Tax breaks for his rich buddies, subsidizing private jet purchases. Again and again, he rigs the system against everyday Americans. And that's what this resolution is about, to show the American people that they deserve the truth. No more shady cover-ups. If there is any evidence of a cover-up in the Epstein case, the public has a right to know. If there is a list, the public deserves to see it. And Americans deserve to see the truth, even if it's not what Donald Trump and his elite friends want. If the Department of Justice has these files, and there is nothing to hide, then release them and prove it. Trump's own people have told us a million times that they have it, and that they promised to make it to the public, so bring it out. Doesn't matter who is implicated in that. The American people are done with these games, these lies, and the two systems of justice, one for the elites and one for everyone else. Enough with the secrets. The American people deserve the truth. So I'm calling on my fellow senators to join me in demanding the Department of Justice release the Epstein files to restore public trust, affirm institutional accountability, and to prevent the politicization of justice. With that, as if in legislative session, and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of S.R. 325, submitted earlier today. Further, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there an objection?
I reserve the right to object.
The senator from Oklahoma.
Mr. President, this is nothing but political theater. It's so obvious that the Democrats are just using this for a political football. If they were really serious about it, what happened the last 4 years? Or were they silent? Doing nothing but covering up for an absent president? And now all of a sudden they want to talk about transparency? We haven't even figured out who ran the White House the last 4 years, and now all of a sudden they want to make something of this? Are you kidding me? If they're serious about it, then why didn't they say something in the last 4 years? This is nothing more than just political theater trying to go after a president that they truly despise. With that, I object.
The objection is heard. The senator from Texas.
Mr. President, next year we'll celebrate the 250th anniversary of our nation's founding. And I'm glad that in anticipation of this great celebration, President Trump has issued an executive order outlining preparations that our country will make to celebrate this anniversary. As part of this effort, President Trump has also issued a separate executive order specifically directing the elimination of woke and anti-American displays at the Smithsonian museums. Now, this may come as a shock to many people, but every single institution in this city seems to be infected with political ideology and bureaucratic agendas, and that the Smithsonian is no exception. The 21 museums that make up the Smithsonian Institution have been a treasure for a long time, but unfortunately in recent years they've strayed from their true mission. These museums should be a place where up-and-coming generations of Americans can go to learn about American heroes and who built our great nation. They should be places where they learn about our founding fathers, the founding documents like the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, the pioneers who explored and settled this great land, and those who endured great hardships in order to make a better life for their children. There are so many great stories in America. People who've done so much to make our country what it is today, and these stories are what our young people need to hear. Because how else will you inspire the upcoming generation to stand on the shoulders of their forebears and continue to make life better for more and more people who call this great country home? How will we teach those who will one day lead this nation, whether that's in government or in business, in medicine or any other field, that these pursuits are honorable and they have a purpose, if they've not yet learned these lessons about the heroic men and women who've gone on before them? Unfortunately, as I indicated a moment ago, the Smithsonian has strayed from its original reason for being. The Smithsonian Institution was founded in 1846 for the express purpose of increasing the diffusion of knowledge among men. It was founded as a gift by James Smithson, who devised his entire estate to the United States government. Congress, as we now know, accepted this gift and provided for its governance and its financing. The Smithsonian Institution operates as a trust, which means that it is an executive agency of the United States government and is chaired by 17-member board of regents. But since its original founding in 1846, something has gone terribly wrong with the direction of the Smithsonian. A writer and mother of 6 recently described her experience taking her children to the museums in our nation's capital on a warm summer day. At the family's first stop, the Smithsonian Museum of Natural History, her 4-year-old was excited to see dinosaur skeletons. But she was disappointed to learn that much of the dinosaur exhibit was dedicated to climate change. One exhibit specifically read, "Since the last ice age, Earth's climate has warmed, but now that warming is getting faster because of us." Well, you don't have to be a climate denier, and I'm not, to recognize that something is profoundly wrong with this message. Is it really the message a 4-year-old needs to learn? That climate change is something that she or he is personally guilty of contributing to? Unfortunately, to the mother's dismay, she said the museum's website highlighted additional polarizing displays. A historian from the museum told the mother, the second floor popular cultural exhibit, probably the most popular in the museum, is a Marxist struggle session. With every single exhibit is interpreted through a race, class, gender lens. Is that really what we want to be teaching the upcoming generation of Americans that are most esteemed museums? No, it seems like the Smithsonian has lost its way. Instead of celebrating the contributions of remarkable Americans or educating our children about the animals that once roamed the planet, Smithsonian Institution museums are telling children they should feel guilty for contributing to climate change and introducing them to topics which are clearly not age appropriate. But sometimes it's not what the Smithsonian includes in their exhibits, which is troubling. It's what they choose to exclude. Who can forget the snub to Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas at the Smithsonian's National Museum of African American History and Culture? I recall when the museum opened, the Smithsonian had zero plans to reference Justice Clarence Thomas, the second of two black justices to ever serve on the United States Supreme Court. Instead, what they chose to highlight is the testimony of Anita Hill in what came to be known as a high-tech lynching that followed. Well, this was obviously a biased presentation and one that was clearly on its head. And I introduced a resolution at the time asking them to recognize the historical importance of Justice Thomas and his service to the court. After a groundswell of opposition in the months that followed, the museum finally did include him in an exhibit. But this exhibit but the previous exhibit of Anita Hill, featuring Anita Hill and not the justice, is a stain on the Smithsonian that I'll never forget. And I remember talking to the head of the Smithsonian at the time. Basically, he said, "Thank you, Senator, for your call, but Congress doesn't have anything to say about what we do at the Smithsonian." Well, he's wrong. And these are not messages that the Smithsonian should be sending. America's history is a tale of triumph over incredible odds in the pursuit of freedom. And it's one that all of our children and our grandchildren deserve to learn in an unbiased and apolitical way. Now, some have argued that the Smithsonian is subject to oversight by Congress and the executive branch. Others have said, no, it's purely a private, independent entity. But a close examination of the institution's history will show that it has always been a government institution, an institution of the United States government. After James Smithson willed his estate for an establishment for the increase and diffusion of knowledge, the Senate, the United States Senate, where we are today, passed a bill to establish and organize the Smithsonian Institution that was signed into law by President Polk in 1846. Now, that doesn't sound like a private, independent entity to me if Congress has to pass a law. And then Congress delegated the governance of the Smithsonian Institution to a board of regents. This board includes the Chief Justice of the United States, the Vice President of the United States, as well as 3 sitting senators and representatives. Moreover, the Smithsonian receives more than half of its funds, its operating funds, from the American taxpayer, from the federal government. It's pretty hard to make the case that this is an institution that gets a majority of its funding from Congress and is governed by a board of government officials is anything but a government entity. In fact, you can't make that argument because the evidence is all to the contrary. Furthermore, the institutions are structured much like other government agencies, headed by a secretary who oversees several undersecretaries. I don't know of any private corporations whose CEOs are referred to as secretary. Moreover, the Smithsonian Institution itself has argued time and time again in court that they are in fact a government entity. In a case called Raven versus Saget, a federal court agreed, ruling that the Smithsonian is a government institution through and through. That means that the Smithsonian is clearly subject to oversight by the U.S. government, including the executive branch and the Congress. Well, Mr. President, our country was founded on the ideals of individual liberty, justice, and equality before the law. These are values that our institutions should teach, particularly to the next generation, not woke ideology and political agendas. So as we prepare for the celebration of America's 250th birthday, I would strongly encourage the Smithsonian Institution to reconsider its purpose and to return to the principles and ideals laid out in the founding documents they so proudly display for the benefit of all Americans. And Mr. President, I will close with this prediction. We know from recent events, some as recent as early this morning, when we took the step that many of us have talked about for many years, and that is eliminating taxpayer support for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. There are more than enough media entities that are capable of communicating the news and other information of interest to our constituents, the 350 million people of the country. We don't need to subsidize those with taxpayer money. And indeed, if you look at the First Amendment of the Constitution, it guarantees a free press. Can the press truly be free if it's financed and subsidized by the government? I don't see how that is possible. So starting early this morning with the vote on the rescissions package and the defunding, at least in terms of federal funds, private funds, donations, certainly fine. But we finally have begun the step of bringing accountability to the nation's capital. No longer will the bureaucracy simply take the taxpayers' money and do what they want, regardless of oversight by the Congress and the executive branch and the oversight, in essence, of the American people. Those days are over. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President, 2 weeks ago, I informed Senate leadership of my intent to object to the Senate proceeding to Trump's nominee to serve as Vice Chief of the National Guard Bureau. So I rise today to both publicly and clearly explain my hold on this nomination. and to demand that the Trump administration release all remaining U.S. military forces from the unnecessary and political deployment to Los Angeles. Now, earlier this week, the Trump administration did announce that they would be releasing 2,000 National Guard troops from deployment. No, not from an overseas mission, not from some disaster response to a region in need, but from a deployment against their own fellow citizens. Around 2,000 National Guards women and men and an additional 700 Marines are still in Los Angeles today. Why? Because Donald Trump needs a distraction. Think back to about a month ago. The president found himself in the lowest point of his presidency thus far. He was drowning in negative headlines, everything from his failing tariff wars that continued to raise prices and costs on working families, to Vladimir Putin embarrassing him on the world stage, to a messy public breakup with Elon Musk. So in order to change the news cycle, which he does so often, to shift the headlines away from his many, many failures, President Trump chose to ramp up ICE raids in California. And when Californians took to the streets to exercise their First Amendment rights by peacefully protesting, Trump responded by federalizing the California National Guard. And then later, the U.S. Marines were ordered in to intimidate the people of Los Angeles. It was the first time that the National Guard has been deployed against the wishes of the state's governor since 1965. Many of these service members signed up to become a political prop. But Trump has put them in this impossible position that he knew would escalate tensions in the region and take them away from their critical missions elsewhere. And it's exactly why in late June, a few weeks ago, the head of the U.S. Northern Command requested that Secretary Hegseth return at least 200 troops from the National Guard's wildfire unit who were stuck in Los Angeles for Trump's political purposes. Because every day that those troops were unnecessarily deployed to Los Angeles was another day that their primary mission went unmet. We're talking about undermining firefighting and fire mitigation efforts as we are approaching peak wildfire season. This is dangerous and unnecessary. And because the Trump administration continued to keep thousands of troops in Los Angeles, 2 weeks ago, I exercised my constitutional duty as a U.S. Senator to advise and consent to nominations in order to block the nomination of Lieutenant General Thomas Cardin. Lieutenant General Cardin currently serves as second in command of Northern Command, the combatant command that has overseen Trump's orders to militarize Los Angeles. But I want to be very clear about something. My objection is about more than Lieutenant General Cardin. None of what we are seeing in Los Angeles through this militarization is business as usual. Deploying the Guard against the wishes of the governor, against the wishes of the mayor, and against even the wishes of local law enforcement, the sheriff, the police chief. None of that is normal. So today, I am making it clear to all of my colleagues my intent to oppose any expedited consideration of this nomination until two conditions are met. First, that every last Guardsman and Marine must be released from this deployment in Los Angeles. Stop militarizing our cities and using our service members as political pawns. And second, I'll maintain my hold until I've been given sufficient commitments and assurances from this administration that no Guardsmen from other states will be sent to enforce the president's political demands on California. And until both of these conditions are met, I will maintain my hold on this nomination. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The senator from Arkansas.
Today, I encourage my Senate colleagues to confirm Mr. Aaron Lucas as the next Principal Deputy Director of National Intelligence. Mr. Lucas's long career serving our nation as a CIA officer makes him well suited for this important position. He has more than 20 years of intelligence experience, which includes working as a CIA station chief and joint duty rotations at the Office of the Director of National Intelligence and the National Security Council. With Mr. Lucas's knowledge, experience, and know-how, he has the right background to assist Director Gabbard with eliminating bureaucratic bloat and returning our intelligence community to its core mission of aggressively stealing the secrets of our adversaries. I'm grateful to Mr. Lucas for his decades of service, and I would like to thank him and his family for being willing to answer the call of our country to serve once again. For all these reasons, I again encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting Mr. Lucas's nomination to be the Principal Deputy Director of National Intelligence. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding Rule 22, at 2:15 p.m. today, the Senate vote on the motions to invoke cloture on executive calendar numbers 263, 96, 108, 91, and 114, and that the mandatory quorum calls be waived. Further, if cloture is invoked on the nominations individually, all post-cloture time be expired, including executive calendar 260, and the Senate vote on confirmation of the nominations at a time to be determined by the Majority Leader in consultation with the Democratic Leader no earlier than Monday, July 21st. Finally, if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made, laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President.
President.
The senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, Donald Trump has made some far-fetched statements over the last few months, but a stunner in the last few days was his claim that the Jeffrey Epstein matter was a hoax and a scam. Here is why the president is wrong. The figure at the center of this story was an ultra-rich, well-connected sex trafficker. He was a serial rapist of women and young girls. And for some reason, the Trump administration, that claimed they'd be the most transparent administration ever, turned on a dime. The president had run on a campaign with a promise to expose the Epstein files. Now he and the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, say, nope, nothing to investigate. When it comes to Epstein and sex trafficking, all these claims are just ludicrous. I want the American people to know that that's wrong. If you want to know why, just look at the latest report from our investigators that was discussed in the New York Times this morning. Now, somewhere in the Treasury Department, Mr. President, locked away in a cabinet drawer, is a big Epstein file that's full of actionable information. Follow the money details about his financing and operations that await investigation. Last year, the Biden administration allowed our investigators to look at portions of the file. We did that at the Treasury building. Here is what it says. Treasury's Epstein file details, Mr. President, 4,725 wire transfers. Let me repeat that. 4,725 wire transfers, adding up to nearly $1.1 billion flowing in and out of just one of Mr. Epstein's bank accounts. If you ask me, that is more than 4,000 potential lines of investigation right there. Hundreds of millions more flowed through other accounts. That's even a lot more to investigate. The file shows that Mr. Epstein used multiple Russian banks, which are now under sanctions, to process payments related to sex trafficking. A lot of the women and girls he targeted came from Russia, Belarus, Turkey, and elsewhere. One shudders to think about the kinds of people who must have been involved in trafficking these women and young girls out of those companies and into the Epstein web of abuse. Again, these are all potential leads, Mr. President, the Department of Justice ought to be digging into. This is about years and years of international sex trafficking. None of this is a hoax. None of it is a scam. And I'd like to say I consider it insulting to the intelligence of the American people for the Trump administration to simply say there is nothing to investigate here. Now, when the Trump administration came in with a lot of fanfare about transparency and openness, I said, I'm going to follow up on that. So I wrote to the Attorney General, Ms. Bondi, Treasury Secretary Bessent, FBI Director Patel, and I asked them all to produce the Epstein file to the Senate Finance Committee so it could be reviewed. In fact, I've made that request multiple times. The Trump commitment to transparency, based on the response, didn't mean a whole lot because they just refused. Here's what one Treasury official wrote back to me. I'll quote here. The Department of Treasury has previously made documents available relating to the matter in response to your inquiries. Accordingly, we understand that you have the information you seek from the Treasury related to this request. We thank you for your attention to this important issue. Mr. President, for anybody who's familiar with how these discussions go in Washington, D.C., what I just read was code for the bureaucracy saying, you're asking for information, go pound sand. The Trump administration may be trying to close the books on the Epstein sex trafficking, but I want it understood as a senior member of the Senate Finance Committee, where we spend a lot of time looking at where substantial sums of money are going, particularly if they may be promoting wrongdoing and helping to evade taxes. We are going to stay on this fight to hold the wealthy individuals accountable for the harm that they clearly were involved in injuring the young women and others in this sex trafficking. So I'm going to have more follow-up for Attorney General Bondi very quickly. As for today, Mr. President, if she doesn't want to do the investigating, doesn't want the DOJ to do it, let me just restate my original demand. Have that Treasury information given to the Senate Finance Committee and have us on a bipartisan basis do our work. That's what we do in important investigations. If the Trump people believe they need additional authority to carry out the requests that I make again this afternoon, let me offer to help them write the bill myself. The idea that there is nothing more to investigate, not when you have 4,000 wire transfers, many of them associated with the possibility of wrongdoing and sex traffic promoting. The idea that you have that and there's nothing to investigate when it comes to the Epstein sex trafficking operation is ridiculous. Pam Bondi was the Attorney General in the state of Florida, where a lot of the Epstein crimes were committed. The Attorney General ought to know better, of all people. Mr. President, I can't begin to understand the President's handling of this or why he thinks this is just going to go away. But I'm here to say that our investigators have spent 3 full years looking into this. And the reason why is because we feel so strongly about the horror of sex trafficking and our commitment to root it out. The President of the Senate is new to this body, but I'm sure he's dealt with these issues before. You can't have a much bigger horror in front of you than sex trafficking abuse. So we're talking about real evil done to women and girls by Jeffrey Epstein. And Mr. President, nobody gets to sweep that under the rug. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Thanks, Mr. President. I rise today to remember the life of John Stolp, Jr., a son of Colorado's Eastern Plains, Colorado's first and only water czar, and the former Commissioner of Agriculture for our state. In his 45 extraordinary years of public service, John was appointed by 5 governors of both parties to 2 cabinet positions and 6 state boards and commissions. Governor Bill Ritter, who appointed John as Commissioner of Agriculture, said, "If we had an award for the most universally loved cabinet member, it would be John Stolp." I agree. After graduating from Colorado State University with a degree in veterinary science, John returned to Prowers County with his beloved wife, Jane. Together they ran Stolp land and livestock for 50 years, growing dryland wheat and raising cattle while continuing to practice veterinary medicine. I was honored to spend time with him and learn from John, including a visit to the Stolp farm in 2013. Over the years, the Stolp family farm has welcomed members of Congress, state legislators, commissioners, school groups with open arms and warm hospitality. John always had something cold to drink when you were there. And he was a farmer first. Of farming, he said, "You don't farm because you want to. You do it because you have to. It's in your blood." John was elected county commissioner in deep red Prowers County as a Democrat, which testifies precisely to the kind of leader he was: steady, willing to work toward compromise, and always putting the needs of southeastern Colorado first. We could use his example around here. As a water czar under then Governor Hickenlooper, he had the enormous task of creating a water plan for the next 50 years. Skeptical at first, John's quiet and thoughtful approach brought rural and urban users to the table and helped forge compromise over some of the toughest issues that we face in the West and in Colorado. He knew that rural Colorado was counting on him, I suspect, all his life. But he was also thinking beyond himself and beyond his own backyard about the next generation of Coloradans his 5 kids and now 5 grandkids would inherit. John leaves an incredible legacy in Colorado. Not just the work he did to ensure that rural Colorado was represented in the capital of Denver, or the expertise and counsel he gave to countless leaders, but I would say most important to him, to his family. And I send, on behalf of the people of Colorado, my condolences to the entire Stolp family, to John's children, to his grandchildren, to his wife Jane. Colorado will feel his loss. His leadership will be deeply missed, and I think his example will testify to the standard every one of us should strive for of leadership in our state and in our community and as a member of our family. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I'd suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President,
I recognize the senator from Texas.
I ask unanimous call that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I rise in support of the nomination of Ariel Roth to serve as Administrator of the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, or NTIA. Having worked closely with Ariel, I can attest personally that there is no one better to lead the NTIA and to advise the President on telecommunications issues. As the Telecommunications Policy Director to the Senate Commerce Committee, Ariel led my legislative and oversight efforts on communications and broadband policy with integrity, creativity, and dedication. I'm not sure I've ever met someone as passionate about telecommunications law and policy as Ariel. Her work ethic is indefatigable, only rivaled by her dedication to public service. President Trump's administration and the American people are blessed to be getting her talents in this new role. Ariel will play an integral role in the management of the federal government's use of electromagnetic spectrum. She will work closely with federal agencies to protect critical uses of spectrum, whether for national defense, weather forecasting, or transportation, while identifying opportunities to free up spectrum for commercial use. As I've stated before, American leadership in spectrum is vital to the security of global telecommunications networks, to our own national security, and to our economic success. NTIA also plays a crucial role in administering billions of dollars for federal broadband programs, including the $42 billion BEAD program. President Trump and Secretary Lutnick have charted a new course from the prior administration's inaction and ideological hand-wringing. With Ariel at the helm of NTIA, I have no doubt that BEAD will succeed in its mission, connecting Americans to the internet as expeditiously and efficiently as possible. Ariel's qualifications show she is the right person for this job. Her telecommunications experience dates back to her time as a legal fellow at the Hudson Institute Center for Economics of the Internet. Then, for 4 years, Ms. Roth served at the Federal Communications Commission as the wireline advisor, for then Commissioner Michael O'Reilly. She next turned to Congress, where she worked on telecommunications policy at the House Energy and Commerce Committee, and later as legislative counsel to our former colleague, Senator Roy Blunt, a long-serving member of the Senate Commerce Committee. Ariel has been a tireless and expert advocate in defending and promoting key conservative values. She has consistently fought to defend the taxpayer, to defend free speech, and with particular passion to defend kids online. Ariel was key in delivering policy victories many said were impossible. Simply put, her experience, both in Congress and at the FCC, makes her ideally suited to lead NTIA. Ariel will serve President Trump and Secretary Lutnick well in their mission to advance government efficiency, economic growth, and innovation. The American people will benefit enormously from her service. I strongly urge my colleagues to support Ariel Roth's nomination to be NTIA Administrator. She was voted out of the Commerce Committee with bipartisan support, and my hope is she will be confirmed on this floor with bipartisan support. I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks.
Mr. President.
Senator from Missouri.
Mr. President, I would ask for unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I would ask unanimous consent to start this vote early.
Second. Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Christian M. Stevens of Missouri to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Missouri, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Christian M. Stevens of Missouri to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Missouri should be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz. That's all we need. Thank you. You're a no? Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. You're no? You said yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kem, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina.
You are so kind.
Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Cruz, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, Langford, Lummis, Marshall, Moody, Marino, Ricketts, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, and Wicker. Senators voting in the negative: Bennett, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Hassan, Hickenlooper, Kelly, Kim, Klobuchar, Padilla, Rosen, Warner, Warnock, and Welch. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Markey, no. I thought I did. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Ms. Warren, no. Thank you. Mr. Schatz, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Thank you. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Rounds. Aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Here, I've got more to send down, but I didn't get them ready yet. Give me 1 second, Tony.
The yeas are 49, the nays are 43. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Christian M. Stevens of Missouri to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District.
Under the previous, the clerk will report the nomination to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Aaron Lucas of Arkansas to be Principal Deputy Director of National Intelligence, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Aaron Lucas of Arkansas to be Principal Deputy Director of National Intelligence shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Grassley.
So I just had a great lunch. Leaves afternoon, right? Yeah. Had a great lunch with Juan Carlos Pinzón. Oh, yeah. Good, good. Good.
Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy,
I'm going to say something also to kind of just give some people from the center that opportunity to show us. Oh, wait, you could also engage.
Mr. Kim, Mr. King,
Okay.
Ms. Klobuchar,
Oh, of course.
Mr. Langford,
Yeah, so I'm going to
Mr. Lee,
kind of closer to that time period.
Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno,
I'll reach out to
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy,
You got Cassidy?
I did.
Okay.
Don't want to leave. Oh, yeah.
Wait for Bud. We'll be right back in a second. I got everything under control.
Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting the affirmative: Barrasso, Britt, Budd, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Grassley, Haggerty, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Risch, Rounds, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Thune, Tuberville. Senators voting the negative: Baldwin, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Duckworth, Gallego, Hickenlooper, Kane, Kim, Markey, Merkley, Ossoff, Peters, Reed, Sanders, Schatz, Slotkin, Van Hollen, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Miss Cantwell, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Lujan, Mr. Lujan, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Hawley, Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Lee, Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Padilla, Mr. Padilla, no. Ms. Hirono, Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Fetterman, Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. McCormick, Mr. McCormick, aye. Ms. Hassan, Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Ms. Murkowski, Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. McConnell, Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Justice, Mr. Justice, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Mullen, aye. Ms. Brooks, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Banks, Mr. Banks, aye. Ms. Lummis, Ms. Lummis, aye. Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Fisher, aye.
The yeas are 49, the nays are 40, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Office of the Director of National Intelligence, Aaron Lucas of Arkansas to be Principal Deputy Director of National Intelligence.
And then I go from here to here. Okay. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Bradley Hansel of Virginia to be Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is there a sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Bradley Hansel of Virginia to be Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security shall be brought to a close? Yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Thank you. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Justice Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Budd, Crapo, Cruz, Fetterman, Fisher, Grassley, Hassan, Hyde-Smith, Kane, Kennedy, Lee, Marshall, Marino, Mullen, Paul, Reed, Rosen, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Thune, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Alsobrooks, Bennett, Booker, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Gillibrand, Murray, Padilla, Schatz, Schumer, Welch, and Whitehouse. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, no. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Warnock, Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Daines, Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Hawley, Aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan. Aye. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty. Aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell. Aye. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 57, the nays are 31, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Department of Defense, Bradley Hansel of Virginia to be Undersecretary for Intelligence and Security.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Ariel Roth of the District of Columbia to be Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that the debate on the nomination of Ariel Roth of the District of Columbia to be Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Hey, John, thank you for your nice words. Really appreciate lunch.
Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Britt, Budd, Cornyn, Cotton, Curtis, Daines, Fisher, Graham, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, Lummis, McConnell, Moody, Marino, Paul, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, and Tuberville. Mr. Hoeven, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Cortez Masto, Hassan, Hickenlooper, Merkley, Ossoff, Peters, Reed, Sanders, Slotkin, and Welch. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Murphy? No. Ms. Hirono? No. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mrs. Murray? No. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mrs. Gillibrand? No. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Padilla? No. Mrs. Blackburn? Aye. Mr. Schumer? No. Mr. Thune? Aye. Mr. Crapo? Aye. Mr. Johnson? Aye. Mr. Barrasso? Aye. Ms. Collins? Aye. Mr. Fetterman? Aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Thanks. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Oh. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Boozman, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 34, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Department of Commerce, Ariel Roth of the District of Columbia to be Assistant Secretary for Communications and Information.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of John Hurley of California to be Undersecretary for Terrorism and Financial Crimes, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that the debate on the nomination of John Hurley of California to be Undersecretary of Terrorism and Financial Crimes shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Aye. I do. Thank you. Mr. Whedon.
Ron, I'll see you Sunday.
Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You- Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn. Thank you. Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito. Thanks. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted. Yes. Thank you. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lemus, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody. Thank you. Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren. Thanks. Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse. Thank you, you too. Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Budd, Capito, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hoeven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Mullen, Murkowski, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Sheehy, Sullivan, Tuberville, and Wicker. Thank you. Senators voting in the negative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Blumenthal, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Reed, Schatz, Schumer, Slotkin, Smith, Warnock, Warren, Welch, and Wyden. Ew. Mr. Bennett, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Marino, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye.
Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Booker, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 46, the nays are 36, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of the Treasury, John Hurley of California to be Undersecretary for Terrorism and Financial Crimes.
Mr. President.
To recognize the senator from West Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to honor a dear friend of mine who has dedicated nearly 2 decades of his life to the service of our great state of West Virginia, and really to the betterment of our students seeking higher education. The man who has been president of more universities than anyone else in the world, Dr. E. Gordon Gee, president of West Virginia University, who retired this week. Dr. Gee, or Gordon as we call him, was fortunate to serve 2 tenures as president of WVU. First, from 1981 to 1985, and again from 2013 to 2025, where he brought his strong desire for community and his absolute love of education to our home among the hills in West Virginia, in Morgantown. I know I speak for everyone when I say how much we will miss his signature bow ties, and I think he must have thousands of them, and his love for athletics, which has led him to be a leader not just at WVU and his other schools, but also at the NCIA. You know, he even offered to suit up for the WVU football team, although he's quick to admit he's not much of an athlete. But he has such infectious energy and thoughtful guidance, and his legacy will be felt at WVU for generations to come. To understand the impact that Gordon has made on West Virginia, I must expand on what WVU really means to our state and people far outside our borders. WVU was established in 1867, initially named the Agricultural College of West Virginia, and became our state's first public land-grant university. Since then, individuals from across our state, country, and world have become mountaineers, and many are WVU grads, including many members of my family. There are a couple things that I must note about WVU. First of all, mountaineers are everywhere. There isn't a town across West Virginia or an airport across the country, and I would even say the world, where you don't see the trademark blue and gold flying WV logo or hear country roads being played. The Mountaineers serve as a point of pride for our state and bring recognition to the wonderful people, passion, culture, and history that we have in our state of West Virginia. Second, Mountaineers are changing the world. Across WVU's 13 colleges and schools, whether it's engineering, agriculture, law, or medicine, Mountaineers are making a difference. WVU is the state's only institution to hold the title of an R1 university, the benchmark that recognizes exceptional research capacity. This is a status that WVU received in 2016 under Gordon's leadership. Gordon's connection to West Virginia isn't just a professional one, it's a personal one too. He chose to return to West Virginia, not once, but twice, because he believes in West Virginia, our people, and WVU. When he speaks of his love and passion for our state, it is unmistakably heartfelt. Gordon believes in the power of education, and that belief has left its mark not only on Morgantown, but across every corner of our great state, and honestly, across the country. When Gordon became president of WVU the first time in 1981, he was only 37 years old. When he returned to Blaney House, which is the residence of the president, in 2013, I'll say he came back seasoned with the experience and perspective that WVU really needed. Through the foundation of his 4 pillars, education, healthcare, prosperity, and purpose, Gordon has guided WVU through both times of success and tumult, including through a global pandemic. He made education for our children in West Virginia more accessible and obtainable, and moved our state towards one of his principles, that West Virginians should not have to leave our state's borders to receive the health care that they deserve. The impact that Gordon has made is apparent in many areas, but particularly noteworthy is the impact he has made through the continued expansion of WVU medicine. As the chairman of the WVU Medicine Board of Directors, Gordon oversaw the addition of 20 hospitals under the WVU Medicine umbrella that span across our state, and increased the capacity and research support for WVU's world-class facilities like the Rockefeller Neuroscience Institute, our Cancer Institute, Heart and Vascular Institute, and the new Children's Hospital. As West Virginia's senator, I've had the privilege to work with the wonderful and incredibly impressive people of WVU Medicine and visit these facilities many times. And let me tell you, they are on the cutting edge of medical achievements that will save lives and change our world. Gordon's leadership has been a critical part of this success, and it's fitting that his recently finished portrait will live at the WVU Medicine campus. Although Gordon was born in Utah, he is the first to tell you that he is a born-again West Virginian. He has made our state his home, and the effort and energy that he puts towards benefiting the lives of his fellow West Virginians is evident. Two of Gordon's 4 pillars that I mentioned earlier, purpose and prosperity, relate directly to economic development in our state. Along with Marshall President Brad Smith, Gordon was central to developing the first Ascent program in West Virginia. This program connects recent WVU and Marshall graduates with workforce opportunities within our state that launch their professional careers and keep our best and brightest at home, contributing to our communities. The duo, the dynamic duo I would call them, also worked together to establish Ascend West Virginia, which has been a successful effort to attract remote workers to West Virginia's mountains, highlighting the wonderful outdoor recreation opportunities that our state offers to young professionals and their family. Additionally, Gordon has made it a priority to visit and spend time every year in all 55 counties of our state, showing the excellent work of the WVU Extension Services, designed to build prosperity, enhance educational opportunities, improve health, and create purpose in communities across the entirety of our state. While Gordon's presence at as WVU president will be missed, we know that he will continue to make a difference in West Virginia. And as I said when I started this speech, the legacy he built will continue to be felt for generations to come. I know that I join Gordon and our state when I say we look forward to the leadership and experience that the new WVU president, Michael Benson, brings to Morgantown. In a recent article published in the WVU magazine, I found the advice that Gordon gave to his successor to be wise, true, and eloquent. If you love the state and its people, they will love you back. And that has certainly been the case for Dr. E. Gordon Gee and the time he has spent in Morgantown. On a personal note, Charlie and I have been the recipients of emails, texts, letters from Gordon that have lifted us up in tough times and really in good times as well. I have leaned on Gordon's counsel as I've made difficult decisions, and he has always taken the time to give me very thoughtful advice. Both Charlie and I can safely say that our lives have been enhanced by Gordon and by the friendship that we have fostered with him and Lori. Here in the United States Senate, and as I look at the president of the Senate, I know this is true of you, being from Ohio, there are many members here in the United States Senate that have Gordon on speed dial. But I am eternally grateful that we West Virginians are the ones who get to claim him. Gordon, I wish you the best in your next chapter, and I've heard him talk about his retirement, and he always reminds everybody, I have not died. I have not died. But I hope you enjoy the well-deserved time that you can now spend with your Lori, which has made it, and she has made an incredible mark on our state and the university alongside you, as well as your daughter Rebecca and those beautiful 2 young twin granddaughters that you love so dearly. Thank you, Gordon, for all that you've done for WVU, for West Virginia, for all of us, for your leadership, your vision, your heart, your sense of humor, and all that you've done for our state and our people, those of us like you that call it home. With that, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
To recognize the senator from Oklahoma.
Mr. President, in the past month, my great folks in Oklahoma have started learning a new term around here. That's an old term, actually, but it's a term that we use all the time, vote-a-rama. I have to tell you, it makes me sleepy just to say the word, because vote-a-rama is a part of the 1974 Budget Act that allows for unlimited debate on an issue of certain types of budget process, rescissions that we did yesterday, and then trying to be able to go back even farther to be able to deal with a reconciliation. I want to spend just a couple of minutes talking about it because so many folks that I talk to have no perspective on this, Mr. President. And so I think it's good to be able to just get some context. The 1974 Budget Act set out 12 different appropriation bills that are done. That's how our budget is actually done. That's how we actually spend. Now, when the House and the Senate and the President signed that, those 12 bills are now law. So they have to be done. That has to be spent. But if the President were to say, I don't want to spend this amount, I don't think it's necessary, it's the law, so it has to be done. But the President can actually send back over to Congress a rescission and to say, I'd like permission to turn this part off, literally make a new law to be able to say, we're not going to spend this. That's what's happened here in the last 24 hours. The President sent over about 40 days ago a rescission for $9 billion and said, I don't think this needs to be spent. And I'll talk about a little bit of the context of that in a moment. But it was on foreign aid, and it was on National Public Radio and PBS. It was $1 billion in PBS and National Public Radio. It was $8 billion for foreign aid. And sent it over and said, I don't think this needs to be spent. Now, what's been interesting is to be able to see the national conversation on this on social media, as if this cuts off all foreign aid everywhere. And I have to tell you, I have some of my good friends at home that they'd be fine with all foreign aid being cut off. But that's not what happened. What happened was actually going through and examining what foreign aid do we want to keep and what foreign aid do we think is wasteful, that we shouldn't keep on it. So what actually happened? Let me set some context on this first. There are things like PEPFAR, which I've been very supportive of. For the last couple of decades, the United States has made one of the biggest impacts in the world on slowing down the spread of AIDS worldwide. The work that's been done in Africa through PEPFAR on AIDS, on tuberculosis, on malaria, has literally saved millions of lives and has dramatically slowed down that virus movement and the innovation that not only affects Americans that suffer with those, but also affects the entire world in the movement of that disease. It's led us to actually engage in areas like Ebola and other areas to be able to go and fight and to make sure diseases that are happening there that are highly communicable don't spread to us or to other parts of the world. All of us who have experienced COVID know full well it's better to be able to attack it early than it is to be able to fight it late. PEPFAR has been that entity that has done that. This bill that we just walked through in the rescission didn't affect that aid at all and said, no, we're going to continue to be able to do that. Programs like Food for Peace and the McGovern-Dole programs that actually feed hungry around the world, that some of my farmers and ranchers in Oklahoma even, and some of the mills that are there, actually take some of the food that is grown there. It's literally packaged in the Midwest, and it's shipped all over the world to feed hungry folks. That's still in place. That's not changed. And I know a lot of folks on social media say, oh my gosh, this is cutting off all food aid everywhere else. No, that's actually not what happened. Worked through our foreign aid programs to counter Chinese Communist Party influence around the world. That wasn't affected. In fact, that was specifically isolated out, saying, no, we're going to continue to do that because we've got to push back against communism and its spread across the world. Combating anti-Semitism, human trafficking, religious persecution. No, we protected all those and make sure those were not affected. Polio eradication efforts around the world, especially for children. It's protected. We didn't make any change on that. All that foreign aid is still going out. Now, again, I have folks at home that say that's somebody else's problem, but the vast majority of Americans and of Oklahomans say, hey, we need to make sure that we're engaging in humanitarian needs in other places where we can, as we're also fighting our debt and deficit. But what are some of the areas we actually did do? Because we actually did eliminate $8 billion. Let me give you a couple of examples on that. We actually did a 25% reduction in their resettlement fund that's run through State Department. Now, why would we cut 25% of the resettlement fund? Well, 18 months ago, the United States was facing 2.5 million people a year illegally crossing our border. And there was work across all of government that the Biden administration was doing to try to manage these people in very mass numbers. Well, guess what? We have less than 200 now a day even attempting to cross our southern border. So there's not a need for this massive resettlement fund anymore because the border's under control. So this fund was cut 25%. Now, we're still involved in some resettlement efforts in other places for refugees around the world. We're still involved in disaster aid, but we don't need near as large of a fund for this because there's not near the problem that there used to be because our border's more secure. The Office of Management and Budget literally went through the State Department line by line and identified all these different line items and said, what did we spend our money on in this account last year? This went to humanitarian aid, but then they also identified different areas that the State Department took some of these funds and said they spent it on these areas. For instance, the State Department spent $2.5 million to teach children how to make environmentally friendly reproductive health decisions. Well, we cut that. And we said, no, I think most Americans would say, what in the world are we doing with that? They spent $3 million creating an Iraqi version of Sesame Street to be able to use in Iraq. They spent $4.5 million on Malaysian Youth Climate Corps. They spent a ton of money on a pride parade sponsoring, the United States taxpayer sponsoring a pride parade in Southern Africa. There was money that was spent to promote vegan food in Zambia. There was money spent for social media mentorships in Serbia and Belarus. There was $18 million spent to improve gender diversity in the Mexican street lighting industry. You know what? We cut that. What we saved was aid for polio, for AIDS, for food. What we cut was money for gender diversity improvements for the Mexican street lighting industry. So yeah, we did cut some funds back, but it was very intentional to go back and identify what are areas that most folks at home would scratch their head and say, tell me again why we spent our tax dollars on that. Tell me again why I worked overtime to pay for my family to be able to make more money and pay more taxes so that my money would go to be able to pay to teach children how to make environmentally friendly reproductive health decisions overseas. That's what we went after. And I'm grateful that we actually didn't just talk about doing something, we did it. Not only did we do that on the State Department side, we engaged in something that a lot of people have talked about for a long time, NPR and PBS. Now, I've got nothing against Sesame Street. I've got nothing against Antique Roadshow. I've got nothing against NPR programs. If people want to be able to listen to that, well, that's fine. They're an American. They can have the opportunity to be able to listen to it. But this has been interesting just to be able to hear the conversation about it. Because the conversation has been, we shut the whole program down. NPR is closing down tomorrow. Well, that's just not true. Let me tell you what we actually did with this rescission. We gave about 1.5 years of time to NPR and to PBS to find some additional funding, because NPR, 90% of their funding right now, 90% of their funding comes from private sources. The federal taxpayer just pays 10% of it. Now, that 10% for PBS and for NPR equals $1 billion. It's a big number, but it's just 10% of the funding. They provide sponsorships. I asked the question, how does every other television station, every other radio station seem to operate and find enough sponsors to be able to cover them, but somehow magically NPR will not be able to cover the last 10% of their cost? That's absurd. Of course they'll be able to do that. I've smiled and jokingly said to folks, if MSNBC can find enough sponsors to cover it, NPR I bet can as well. Listen, they'll be able to find enough sponsors, and they've got time to be able to actually do that. We didn't cut them off tomorrow. We gave them about 18 months of time and said, you need to start finding some other sponsorships to be able to get ready for that. Because some people really like PBS. That's great. They'll still be out there. I grew up in a time period like some folks in this room grew up in. I was the remote control growing up, okay? We'd sit on the couch and Mom would say to me, go up to the TV, turn the dial, and because I was the remote control in our family. Because we had 4 stations. We had an ABC, NBC, CBS, and PBS. That's the 4 stations we had. We established that as a nation that we need to be able to get emergency information out because that was the best way to communicate because we had 4 stations in America. That was it. Well, that's not true anymore. There are thousands of stations that are available over the air for free, streaming platforms galore if you want to be able to spend $100 a month for each of them. We've got lots of things on our cell phones and access to it. There are lots of different options now that are very different. I think some people don't realize in 1983, Ronald Reagan proposed taking the funds away from PBS and from NPR, saying it was not needed in 1983 because we had enough options. Much less now, and think about all the options we have. It's been fascinating for people to be able to say, if we don't have PBS, people will not know how to respond in an emergency. They desperately need that for an emergency. Now, I have to tell you, I live in a rural state in the great state of Oklahoma. We have occasionally a few storms that roll through Oklahoma. I actually don't know a person that says, oh my gosh, it looks stormy, I think I'll turn on NPR. I actually don't know that person. They pull out their cell phone and they look and see what's going on the radar, or they track through unlimited number of great options for meteorologists in our state. That's true all over the country. Now, again, I don't belittle what they're doing. People can choose to be able to listen, but to be able to say the only way a television station or a radio station is going to function in America is if taxpayers pay for that means you ignore the thousands of other options that are out there. So no, we're not cutting them off except for the funding and saying, hey, decades ago, this might have been appropriate use of funds, but when we have $2 trillion in overspending, maybe we should start looking for billions of dollars to be able to reduce our spending. We're not just talking about it. We actually did it and said, okay, let's start finding strategic ways to be able to do this. And so in the last 24 hours, the House and the Senate have agreed, and we're reducing our total spending $9 billion in very strategic ways. Now that's the rescission package. That's one vote-a-rama for our long night last night. If we go back a couple of weeks ago, we were on a reconciliation bill, another vote-a-rama with unlimited amendments that we had literally more than 24 hours of amendments on. And as we walked through that experience, that was all about what are we going to do on tax policy and what are we going to do about the one big, beautiful bill. I have to tell you, I have friends at home that catch me that say, I've heard the term over and over again, I really don't know what's in the one big, beautiful bill. I've just heard people say it. I even have a friend of mine that owns a restaurant that he actually has on his menu now the one big, beautiful burger, because it's just become a catchphrase. Well, let me tell you a little bit about it, because I want people to know a little bit more about what's actually in there. When this was passed by the House and the Senate and the President of the United States signed it into law on the 4th of July, that bill will have dramatic effects in so many areas. It's half of the farm bill that needs to be done that, quite frankly, we couldn't get done in the last Congress. Our Democratic colleagues would not agree with us on what are we doing on some of the farm programs. Well, guess what? We just got those done. Every farmer and rancher in my state is ecstatic that more than half of the farm bill has now already been done. We're not talking about it. We actually did that. Now, we've got more to go in other policy areas, but reference prices and so many other things that needed to be updated just got updated. It was able to prevent a tax increase for every single American. Every single American, not just the wealthy, every single American that pays taxes, their tax rate was scheduled to go up January the 1st of next year, until now. We passed the One Big Beautiful Bill, and it did the first big thing it needed to do, prevent a tax increase, kept the rates the same so that Americans would not have a huge tax increase. It also added new border wall structure. It added new border agents. It added ICE agents. It added detention facilities so that we don't have a couple of months of a secure border. We have structures that are going into place to be able to make sure long-term we have a secure border. Now, there's more to do in law in other areas, but the financial part of it we put in place, and it wasn't for a single year. We actually put that in place for 4 years to be able to make sure that funding would be there to be able to have the structures in place to be able to do that. There was significant funding that was put in to be able to modernize our military, especially our Navy. We're very, very behind in that area. So there's strategic investments in that. Strategic investments into Coast Guard, which is decades behind. If you go to a Coast Guard station right now, you'll find older ships, older ports, out-of-date cameras, out-of-date radar. They desperately need to be updated. So for all of our coastal communities, they know how dependent they are on Coast Guard. This One Big Beautiful Bill finally puts an investment into our Coast Guard to be able to increase safety. And while I'm talking about safety, we all know we desperately need to be able to modernize our air traffic control. This bill does $12.5 billion to finally bring our air traffic control up to a modern system. You walk into an air traffic control tower, it looks like you just walked into the 1960s. It won't in the days ahead because the investment has been made to be able to modernize the air traffic control based on what is in this bill. It is one of the most significant investments that we've had in a very, very long time in strategic areas that desperately needed help. Now, I've heard from a lot of folks on this, that this is a giant deficit bill. I get that. I've seen all those things on social media. But if you went to the Congressional Budget Office, and everybody's welcome to be able to look at that online, if you went to the Congressional Budget Office and looked for their final score, this is after all the amendments, all the text changes, everything has been done. The final score from the Congressional Budget Office was $400 billion in savings. Not in deficit, $400 billion in savings was the final score where they came out once everything was all said and done. Now, I understand on social media, there are lots of other things flying around there. I encourage you to go check the last score to be able to make sure it had all the information, that everything was up to date on this. There's a couple things I had the privilege of being able to work on for a long time on this bill. Many of them took years. There's kind of a running joke in the Senate that nothing moves fast in the Senate until it does. Many of these issues I've literally worked on for years to be able to make sure that they are ready for this moment. I want to talk through just a couple of them to make sure everybody knows what's really going on. One of them is called full expensing. Now, if you own a business, you know what that is. If you don't own a business, you have no idea. But if you're a small business or a manufacturer, if you buy a truck or a piece of heavy equipment or manufacturing equipment, you have to expense that out as your business expense over several years. That's really hard to do, and typically on your first year you buy it, you have to take out a loan to pay your taxes because you had a big capital expense and you don't have enough money to be able to float to be able to cover your taxes as well. We shifted the policy permanently in this bill, where every business that buys a big piece of capital equipment, they can expense it out in that year that they bought it. Now, it doesn't make any difference on the amount of revenue coming into the Treasury, but it makes a huge difference to that individual business owner and incentivizes them to be able to buy another big piece of equipment the next year. You know what that does? That encourages more manufacturing in the country, because when they buy that truck, when they buy that tractor, when they buy that piece of equipment for their manufacturing. They get more efficient, and the business that made that truck, that makes that piece of equipment, they get more business, and it churns the economy. Every single economist, right or left, says if you do full expensing, it helps your economy. Well, guess that was in this one big beautiful bill. That allows now, until Congress changes this, which I hope they never do, no expiration. Full expensing now is a part of our tax code, because I think that's essential to be able to be there. There's another piece that I worked on, and it's connected to this full expensing. In 2021, my Democratic colleagues did a bill they called the Inflation Reduction Act. They changed energy tax policy in that, and in that they created a new tax just on oil and gas companies to say they can't write off their expenses like every other company can. There's like a special punishment just put in, a special new tax piece put in just for oil and gas companies. It's called intangible drilling costs, IDCs, you'll hear the term used. We were able to say, if we're going to treat all manufacturing the same, that they get a chance to expense out, that should also be true for oil and gas companies. They shouldn't be punished. They should be treated, watch this, the same as everyone else. It's not a special perk for them. They would be treated equally as every other manufacturer across the country. That provision is in here. What does that do? That increases domestic production of domestic energy, and it encourages a lot of companies that are out there that have a lot of jobs that are based here in America to be able to continue to invest in their workers and in bringing more energy to the United States. It was a very significant provision that I've actually had the opportunity to be able to work on for years to be able to get that done. Another change that I disagreed with in our 2017 bill, shocking that we don't all agree on everything, on every aspect, but in 2017, we changed who could actually take a deduction for donating to a nonprofit. In 2017, it became only those in the upper brackets could, those that are called itemizers. It's the top 9% of Americans. They could actually donate to a nonprofit and then deduct that from their taxes. That's bothered me ever since. The result of that is billions of dollars less that has been donated to nonprofits. After years of working on this and talking to my colleagues, we all agree we got to be able to fix that. In this bill, we changed it. As of next year, every American who pays taxes, if you donate to a nonprofit, and you pick who it is, doesn't matter. If you donate to a nonprofit, you can write off up to $2,000 of your donations to a nonprofit on your taxes. Why do we do that? We do that because we strongly believe that the government's not the only safety net in America. There are three safety nets in America. The family's the first safety net. The second safety net are nonprofits and houses of worship all over the country. The third is government. Government can never meet all the needs. Government may be able to send you a check, but if you're going to get a mentor, if you're going to get somebody to walk alongside of you, that's often a nonprofit. Nonprofits are the ones that take care of the hungry and the homeless and the hurting face to face in every single community. Tiny little nonprofits, houses of worship all over the country that volunteer their time. This will encourage more investment in those nonprofits to strengthen our to be able to get help directly where they are. Quite frankly, if we want to incentivize great help towards people that are right there in their community, then let's have stronger nonprofits. We did that in this bill. We're not talking about it, we did it. President Biden put in a rule last year that many of us were shocked by, quite frankly, on both sides of the aisle. He put in a rule saying for nursing homes all across the country, skilled nursing facilities, whoever it may be, they've got to have a certain new level of staffing. Now that sounds like a nice idea to say you got to have more nurses there all the time. Seems nice if you're in Washington, D.C., but if you're in rural America, guess what? There just aren't enough nurses to do that. So in many of these nursing facilities, they have a nurse that's nearby, and when there's a crisis, they're on call all the time, but they're not physically there. But they were putting a new requirement. They have to physically be there. Do you know what that means? That means rural nursing homes could not operate because they physically don't have enough nurses in the area to do that. That meant many rural nursing homes in my state were already looking at closing and just moving operations
into the suburbs and into the cities where they could get enough nurses. That makes people in my state have to drive farther to see their loved one. That's wrong. That's just wrong. We changed that in this bill. And we said, no, we're not going to have that. It sounds like a nice idea. In reality, it shuts down access in rural America to family members that are at one of their most vulnerable moments they've ever had in their life. We want to make sure families can surround people in those really tough days that happen for many people in nursing and skilled nursing facilities. Just 3 quick stories. I know I've talked for a long time, but when I say it's a big, beautiful bill, it's big. There's a lot that's in it that I think a lot of people have missed. But if I can just give you 3 quick stories, Mr. President. Let me talk about a senior adult in Bethany, Oklahoma. Her name is Marilyn. She just found out about the new standard deduction that's in the One Big Beautiful Bill for senior adults that are working senior adults. She just found out about it, and she told us, our Social Security benefits that we've paid into for all these years are key, but they're buying less and less these days. So we're really excited about maybe having some improvement on that. She said, you just never know what life's going to bring, and so the benefit of not being taxed now on my Social Security benefits and being able to keep more of my Social Security that I paid into is essential for me. As she said, because many of us that are using it for our living expenses with the intention of not drawing down our savings and our reserves so we can make sure that it's still there for the future. She's pretty excited about this change in the law where working seniors will not have to pay as much taxes and won't pay taxes on their Social Security benefits. Todd Gibson, he's the police chief in Moore, Oklahoma. We talked to him about the no tax on overtime. This was his statement. He said, police officers do a lot of work on overtime. There's a lot of Capitol Police that I walk around here in the last couple of weeks. They've done a lot of overtime. Todd said this, any bit of money that a police officer can pour back into their family and back into their home is a positive thing. He said in rural and smaller organizations, this is really going to make an impact to retain quality people in the community that provide public safety. He's pretty excited about the no tax on overtime. Finally, last story. There's a waitress in Yukon, Oklahoma. Her name is Rihanna. She's really excited about the no tax on tips. She told us this. She said, tips play a huge role in my take-home pay. Being able to take home more of my hard-earned tips means I'll be able to support my family a lot better. Not only does every hard-earned dollar that I make go towards things like my car note and a mortgage and child care, she said, being able to keep more of it and to put it towards the things that I love and people that I love, that will go a long ways. It's coming at a great time, she said. The interest rates and the groceries are going up, and that gives me an upper hand to be able to have extra cash in my pocket. Listen, we were thinking about people all over our states as we worked on the One Big Beautiful Bill, and I understand the dissension, the divisions. We don't all agree on things. But as we worked on this bill, we're trying to figure out what's the best tax policy for every American. What are the areas where we're most vulnerable? What do we need to solve? That's what we worked on in the One Big Beautiful Bill. Mr. President, you know full well, because you know this bill well, I didn't even have time to cover all of it. That's hitting the high points of it. There's a lot more there, and I think in the days ahead, as people get the facts and the information about what really happened, they're going to be grateful to have a little bit of breathing room to be able to support their family just a little bit more. With that, I yield the floor.
Put us in quorum. Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to proceed to legislative session.
Questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it.
Mr. President, I move to proceed
And the
to
motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 171.
The questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Justice, Terrence Cole, Virginia, to be Administrator of Drug Enforcement.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Terrence Cole of Virginia to be Administrator of Drug Enforcement, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to legislative session.
Questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to calendar number 121, H.R. 3944.
Without objection, the clerk will report.
Senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune, moves to proceed to calendar number 121, H.R. 3944, a bill making appropriations for military construction, the Department of Veterans Affairs, and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk for the motion to proceed to calendar number 121, H.R. 3944.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on calendar number 121, H.R. 3944, and act on the motion to proceed to calendar number 121, H.R. 3944, an act making appropriations for military construction, the Department of Veterans Affairs, and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent that the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, I want to compliment my friend and colleague from Oklahoma. The One Big Beautiful Bill does have a lot of really good stuff in it. I think, to be perfectly blunt, my state probably has more good stuff in it than anyone.
Could you read this real quick in your speech? I'm sorry. We need to decide something.
Mr. President, I'm going to hold off on this really important speech here. I ask unanimous consent that the majority leader and the senior senator from Oklahoma be authorized to sign duly enrolled bills or joint resolutions from July 17th through July 21st.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Anyways, back to the One Big Beautiful Bill. So I'm doing what Senator Langford's doing primarily back home in Alaska, is really trying to inform my constituents on what's in this bill, because it is a really good bill. And boy, oh boy, there's a lot of misinformation out there. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle are spreading the falsehoods, maybe because they're a little jealous that they can't legislate as well as we do, but that's for another day. What I really want to do, Mr. President, is do something that I think is probably the best highlight of Thursday speeches in the Senate. I think the pages all certainly agree. They're all nodding. For people watching across America, it's the Alaskan of the Week. Now, Mr. President, this is a great tradition I've been doing for many, many years. I try to get down here on the Senate floor Thursday, wrapping up, not every week, but a lot of weeks. And I like to talk about an Alaskan who's doing something really important for our state, community, maybe the country, maybe the world. And then talk a little bit about what's going on back home. So I'm going to do that. But we also had another neat tradition today here in the Senate. Our Thursday lunch group in the Senate, on the Republican side, one senator hosts lunch for his colleagues, his or her colleagues, and talks a little bit about their home state. Today was my opportunity to host, and you know, I'm not bragging, but I do think when Senator Murkowski and I, and by the way, Senator Collins with Maine Lobster, but when Senator Murkowski and I host, we get good attendance because we have great seafood. fresh halibut, fresh salmon. We did that. I did that again today. It was great. The whole room was decorated with Alaskan perfect peonies. We got great peonies in Alaska too. Holy cow. So this is a perfect time for the Alaskan of the week. First, I want to give a little snapshot of what's going on back home, what life is like in Alaska right now. The midnight sun is out. A few weeks ago, I was in Fairbanks, the home of Mary Binkley, who is our Alaskan of the week. We're going to talk a lot about Mary. And we had our famous midnight sun baseball game, Mr. President. Thousands of baseball fans across the world literally come to see this game, which started in 1906. Some miners, some military guys came together for a baseball game in 1906. It's going strong. More than 100 years later, this year, the Fairbanks Gold Panthers played the Glacier Pilots, an Anchorage baseball team that is part of the Alaska Baseball Summer League. Now, this is one of the premier collegiate summer baseball leagues in the country. It's something a lot of people don't know about. I was talking a little bit about at our lunch today, but great college players come to Alaska to play baseball under the midnight sun, and so many of them have gone in to do great things. So many of them have not only gone on to the majors, so many of them have gone on to the Baseball Hall of Fame and have been some of America's greatest players. Think about it. All these guys came up to Alaska to play summer baseball. Mark McGuire, Barry Bonds, Tom Seaver, Dave Winfield, Randy Johnson, Andy Messersmith. I mean, this is Hall of Fame baseball. And we get that in Alaska. It's really a great league. So if you're a baseball fan, make sure you come up to Fairbanks for next year's game. We were also in Fairbanks a couple weeks ago. I had the opportunity to run the Midnight Sun Run 10K. It's a great run. Again, people from all over the world. We had 4,000 runners this year. I do it every year. Definitely getting slower, but it is one fun, a 10K. It's great. So come on up if you're a racer. You'll love that one too. So while you're in Fairbanks, if you come up for a game or the 10K, make sure you get out on Fairbanks' beautiful rivers, the lifeblood of the community. When you do so on a sunny summer day on the Chena River or Tanana, chances are you'll spot a vintage-style stern wheel paddle boat belonging to Riverboat Discovery, gliding along the channel, carrying passengers through one of the most scenic river routes in Alaska, really in the world. And if you're one of those lucky passengers, there's a good chance you will catch sight of a familiar figure waving from the shore, and that is 99-year-old Mary Binkley, co-founder of Riverboat Discovery and our Alaskan of the Week. So let's dive into the Alaska institution that is Riverboat Discovery. This year, we will celebrate, the Binkley family will celebrate the 75th anniversary of this incredible institution. Now, it's made up of 3 iconic paddle boats, Discovery 1, Discovery 2, and 3. Riverboat Discovery shows off the best of Alaska's interior landscape, including a bush plane demonstration, a visit to a recreated Athabascan native village, and learning about traditional subsistence lifestyles. For tourists, it's a 3-hour snapshot of Alaskan history. For locals, it is a beloved institution and a summer job for many young Fairbanksans, including my sister-in-law Janine many, many years ago, who worked for the Riverboat Discovery. And while the Riverboat Discovery preserves the history of the interior, the Binkley family, who has owned and operated Riverboat Discovery, Mr. President, for 75 years, has its own great history of Alaskan grit and innovation and hospitality and generosity. And the center of that history and that great family, the Binkleys, is Mary Binkley, our Alaskan of the Week. She was born in Vernonia, Oregon in 1926, the youngest of 6 children. You know, that's a tough time in our country's history. Mary's story began in hardship. Her mother passed away soon after birth. Her father, a logger, couldn't raise the children alone. Her siblings were scattered, but they were bonded for life. Her brothers, who went on to become fishermen off the coast of rugged Kodiak, Alaska, rugged but beautiful Kodiak, Alaska, wanted something for their baby sister, Mary. They scraped together a college scholarship fund, determined that Mary would be the first in the family to attend college. Isn't that great? Brothers taking care of the little sister. And so Mary, from Oregon, journeyed north to the University of Alaska Fairbanks, where she had a cousin who was a professor there. And it was at UAF, as we call it, in Alaska, that she met a young, handsome riverboat captain named Jim Binkley, a third-generation steamboater from Wrangell, Alaska. They married back in Mary's home state of Oregon in 1946, but quickly returned to Fairbanks that same year with nothing more than a $4,000 loan and a dream. Jim and Mary purchased their first vessel, the Godspeed, and began a river cruise business that would become synonymous with Fairbanks tourism and the interior Alaska river culture. Mary greeted every guest personally, often serving as a tour guide, a deckhand, and a hospitality manager all in one. To her, they weren't just tourists, they were her guests. She worked alongside her husband, Jim, the captain, in the popularity in Alaska, in America, of this riverboat cruise on one of Fairbanks' great rivers grew and kept growing. By 1955, the Godspeed could no longer keep up with the demand, so Jim built the Discovery One in his backyard with Mary by his side. Jim called her his, quote, lifeline and anchor. Mary did it all. First mate, deckhand, ticket taker, mother of 4 kids, who, by the way, Mr. President, have grown up to be pillars of the Alaska community in so many ways. I could do whole speeches on the Binkley kids. And later, she was a grandmother while watching 3 generations of Binkleys get involved in this great family business, and they've expanded into other things really important to Alaska. Taking tickets with Mary remains a rite of passage for Binkley grandchildren to this day. As the tour company expanded, Mary remained its heart, greeting travelers on the riverbanks, hiring Alaska Native guides to share their knowledge and traditions of Native Athabascan life during Chena Village visits, and helping craft that Alaskan hospitality that guests feel to this day. My grandmother has the ability to make meaningful connections with perfect strangers. Her granddaughter Kai recently said, quote, she treats them not like tourists, but more like family. That's Mary. Everybody who meets her thinks she's incredible. So, Mr. President, this fleet, the Binkley fleet, would grow, continue to grow, to Discovery 2, launched in 1971, which was a converted freighter. Then Discovery 3 in 1987, a grand 900-passenger vessel launched fittingly on the 4th of July in Fairbanks. That day, as the boat pulled away from the dock, generations of Binkleys waved from the deck. Waving from the shore was Mary, and she's still waving from that same Fairbanks riverbank at 99 years young. So, Mr. President, what began in 1950 as a modest river tour on a converted missionary boat has grown into the cornerstone of Fairbanks' tourism economy. And Mary has been at the center of it all, welcoming guests, sharing the experience, and setting a tone of genuine hospitality that endures to this day. At 99 years old, 99 years young, Mary is still part of the fabric of the business. Waving from the riverbank is Discovery Bend. Discovery 3 rounds the river bend. This weekend, Mr. President, the Binkley family will gather together to celebrate 75 years of operation, but more importantly, 75 years of a family legacy with Mary at the front and center. More than 500 family members and friends and guests from across America, from across Alaska, will join Mary at Steamboat Landing this Saturday for a nighttime cruise on the Discovery 3, which will be a fitting celebration for this incredible woman and incredible family behind an Alaskan institution. So, congratulations, Riverboat Discovery, to 75 years, and to Mary, congratulations on one of the most prestigious awards you can ever receive, the Alaskan of the Week from the U.S. Senate. I yield the floor. Yeah, copy. You want me to wrap? Sure. Drama here at the President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, I have 3 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration and the Senate now proceed to Senate Res 314.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 314, recognizing the importance of trademarks in the economy and the role of trademarks in protecting consumer safety and so forth.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session to consider the following nominations in block. Cal number 280 and 281, with the exception of Colonel Henry R. Jeffries III and Colonel George H. Sabrin, Jr., that the nominations be confirmed en bloc, that motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate, that no further motions be in order to any of the nominations, that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action, and that the Senate then resume legislative session.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Energy and Natural Resources be discharged from further consideration of S-350, a bill to direct the Secretary of Agriculture to select and implement landscape-scale forest restoration projects to assist communities in increasing their resilience to wildfire and for other purposes, and be referred to the Committee on Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday, July 21st, that following the prayer and the pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved. To date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each. Finally, notwithstanding Rule 22, the cloture motion with respect to Executive Calendar 171 ripen at 5:30 p.m. on Monday.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday, July 21st.
Thank you very much.